I'll wait for you then. Today is Tuesday, June 25th, and it is 9 a.m. on the dot, and we are here for our regularly scheduled county commission meeting. First up is going to go ahead and be the invocation from Chaplain Kevin Brown, who is with our Doña County Detention Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Esteemed commissioners, county officials, employees, and guests from the community, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide the opening invocation this morning. I'd just like to ask you all to please join me in a short prayer. Heavenly Father, maker of all, we come before you this morning to ask you for your blessings on the following proceedings. May we never forget the purpose of government at all levels. As the Apostle Paul wrote to his young protege, Timothy, I urge that prayers, supplications, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. We ask for wisdom for these individuals and all who may appear here this morning, that you grant not only wisdom, but also grace and peace during these proceedings. I ask that each person here remember the words of Romans 13, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good, but to bad. Would you have no fear of the one who is in authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive his approval, for he is God's servant for your good. May we all remember this morning, here in this place, the purpose of these proceedings. May all that is done here today bring honor and glory to you, Heavenly Father, and may all that is decided here bring about peace, harmony, and the betterment of our community. Amen.
Thank you. If you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful. Brandy, if we can get a roll call and a determination of quorum, please.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo.
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Here. Wonderful. We have everyone. We do have quorum. Okay, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Lopez, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we would like to ask that items number 4 and 8 on the consent agenda be moved to approvals between items number 18 and 19.
Wonderful. So we have item number 4, which is the resolution amending the composition of the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District Board and the resolution adopting the 2026-2030 ICIP plan. Any other changes, commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like item 4 also considered for separate vote as well. Have some discussions on that.
Okay, so asking that the item number 4 be considered for a separate vote.
Yes, it'll be right after item number 18 on the full approvals.
Okay, any other changes? Seeing none?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may. On item number 3, if I may, I had a question and I spoke with interim county manager, Stephen Lopez, and if we could just add the words up to 200,000 instead of to allocate exactly 200,000?
Okay.
Because it may be less than that. It could be 25, 30, I don't know. But up to instead of just,
Okay, we can
Just-
change that during the consent agenda, or we can pull it.
if we can pull it, please, and I'll make the motion.
Okay, so you're
Thank you.
gonna pull item number 3, item number 4, and item number 8, and put them after item number 18 on approvals, correct? Okay, seeing no other changes. Randy,
We should have the closed session statement.
oh, yes, and I have that. In a pile of papers. Okay. A statement regarding closed session held on June 21st of 2024. On June 21st of 2024 at 1 PM, the Board of County Commissioners met in closed session, separate from an open meeting, to discuss limited personnel matters related to the hiring of a county manager and interview with candidates for the position as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 1015-1, H2, and I2, NMSA 1978. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in the closed meeting other than the items specified in the notice of the special closed session meeting. Perfect. And moving on to the consent agenda, where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business, which is item number 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez,
Second.
and we have a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any discussion, commissioners?
Mr. Chair, there's something on 5. The Audit Advisory Committee has a couple of statements that I think we need to clarify. Let me get to it. One is regular meetings. We don't have a definition of what regular meetings are for item 5. I had a couple of notes on it, sorry. And mainly that was that for the internal audit committee. It said we're going to have regular meetings. It didn't say when we're going to have regular meetings or how often regular is.
Okay, wonderful. Ernest, welcome.
Thank you. Ernest Budden, Internal Auditor. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds. So we have our meetings for the Internal Audit Advisory Committee on a monthly basis, and that's on a day of their choosing.
Okay, so it's going to be a monthly basis. That's what a regular meeting means?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then should we have that clarified in the resolution, the exhibit?
Okay. Update.
Okay. And also, it says that they're going to meet, it wasn't clear that they were going to meet with the internal auditor. The committee wasn't. But
Always.
it's kind of one paragraph, it says they are going to meet with the internal auditor, and in the other paragraph, it doesn't say that. So the committee is going to be able to meet individually by themselves and as also monthly with the internal auditor? Is that the way it's supposed to read?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, they could meet amongst themselves, but they always meet with the internal auditor because I sponsor it.
Okay, it wasn't clear in the document, so.
So I'll clarify that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ernest.
Okay, so from a matter of procedural, do we have a motion to amend what is being put on here? Do we have a pull it and revise it and bring it back? What are we doing? We've had some conversation from one commissioner to the internal auditor that we need to change something, but where are we from a procedural standpoint under the rules of order?
And I have no problem with pulling it, revising it, and bringing it back if that's what the.
Actually, Mr. Gooden, thank you for that. I think a motion would actually suffice for this, because I think the only thing we want to do is to clarify what regular meetings is all I'm looking for in this. And the other one does mention that they will meet with the internal auditor. It just doesn't specify it has to be every meeting. That's all. So that gives them flexibility to meet individually, and also as it stands right now, they can meet individually or they can meet with the internal auditor. And the only thing I think we have to clarify is what regular means, so that we set the expectations of the members of the committee, okay, and this board as well. I guess there is one other thing on there, and that is that we're supposed to have a report from the committee to the Board of County Commissioners. And again, that also states on a regular basis, but it also doesn't say how regular it's going to be.
Okay. And that would be on an annual basis.
Okay. I think that may have said annual basis at least. Okay, and then we can actually request it at our pleasure as well, anytime we want it. Okay. I think a motion, I'd like to make a motion just to amend the document to say that the regular meeting is going to occur once a month. So next motion to change to say once a month.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarity, which document? There are several documents. There's an
Okay.
Exhibit A, the
Exhibit
Internal
A.
Audit Advisory Committee, and then there's the resolution. You're talking on the exhibit to the resolution that is actually the committee charter?
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. The amendment, to make a motion to make the amendment to Exhibit A to state that the definition of the regular meeting will occur on a monthly basis.
Okay, so you're talking about page 65 of the packet, under meetings and annual reports, is that correct?
Actually, I'm talking about Exhibit A, page 67. Page 68, actually. Okay, and section includes, third line, it says, meeting on a regular basis with the internal auditor to discuss reports, findings, and my matter committee members or internal auditor believed to be relevant for discussion. That should state that meeting on a monthly basis. Okay? So I make a motion to amend section that says include, third paragraph, that the meeting on a regular basis monthly with the internal auditor.
Okay, any other changes?
That's all I've got.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Okay, any further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So this is going to be a roll call vote on the amendment to the time or the scheduled meetings for the internal audit. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Commissioner Chaparro, your vote.
Apologize, I was talking to legal counsel, and there was a suggestion made that that might not be possibly the best place to add it. And so if we could go back to discussion, Mr. Chair, so that we can have a legal opinion
We have a roll call
by.
vote going on, so we need to finish the vote and then we
No.
can re-amend.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I was looking at this. There is a section in this charter that says minutes and annual reports. It says the committee shall meet regularly at a date and time determined by the members. Unscheduled meetings may occur when deemed necessary by the committee chairperson. The committee shall keep summarized minutes of its meetings. I think that's where when you're talking about meeting, because the other part you're talking, I'm trying to find exactly where it is, but I think that would be the better place to define where your regular meetings are. The other portion of it was just talking about the duties and responsibilities was to meet regularly. And so I think it fits better under a different section, under that other section, that's got the title of meeting and annual reports. But whatever the will of the board is.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Point of order.
Commissioner?
We're currently having a vote, so we're not having a discussion. We can either
That is correct.
vote no and reconsider, or we can continue with the vote.
Brandy, if we can continue with the vote, please.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Murillo?
No.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
No, motion fails. Mr. Gooden, if you can just finish your thoughts on that? So you're thinking of moving it to page 69 under meetings and annual reports, correct?
And Mr. Chair, just so everybody's aware of why we're having some difficulty, when we're looking at the agenda online, it doesn't match up numerically to the pages of the printed manuals. So we're just having to make sure that we're on the same literal
Here, you
page.
want it?
Got you. Thank you. Are you online with me then on the packet?
Yes.
Okay. So the online packet is page 69, correct?
Correct.
We think so.
Okay. Under meetings and annual reports where it states meetings, the committee shall meet regularly at a day and time determined by the members will be changed to the committee shall meet monthly on a day and time determined by the members. Is that correct? Okay. I make a motion that we change page 69 on the document saying meetings and annual reports to meetings, the committee shall meet monthly on a day and time determined by the members.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on the motion to amend page 69.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Now we're going to need a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have one question before we do that on item number 12 from Mo. It shouldn't take long. This should be quick.
Okay. Do we have Mo up? Mr. Mo, item number 12, award or request for proposal RFP 24-0039 roadway flood control and facilities construction price agreement.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
I was looking over this document in detail, and it looks like that we're approving $36 million for this project?
This is a 3-year plan.
That's what I thought. It's
Yeah.
$36 million over 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that I was looking at it correctly. It's the single source, the one contractor who can have subcontractors, correct?
Well, this contractor, our history has been showing that he does almost 95% of the work himself.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, do we have a motion I motion to accept the consent agenda as amended?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, I think we already had a standing motion to approve the agenda, and as we amended that item, I think that now goes back to the lower, and so that would accept, that motion would then,
Did we have an original?
No, we
motion?
did not.
Oh, we did. Yes, no, it was by Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Chaparro. Okay, that's correct. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on that?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
No.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to,
We have multiple resolutions in the consent agenda.
go ahead, Brandy.
Item number 5, 2024-78. Item number 9, 2024-79. Item number 10, 2024-80. Item number 11, 2024-81.
Wonderful, thank you, Brandy. Moving on to Pet Showcase. Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a cat of the week named La Peace, a 1-year-old domestic short-hair female. And she says, I have a gentle soul and a heart full of love to give. I'm always on the hunt for a new adventure, whether it's a game of chase the string or a quiet moment watching the world go by. I'm sweet, never one to pass up a good cuddle session. I've been told my purrs are the best lullabies, but what I long for most is a forever home, a place where I can share my love and curiosity. And our dog of the week is Baby, a 7-year-old large mix female who says, "My days are mostly peaceful and quiet. I've always been a mellow soul, content with a soft bed and a gentle pat. I'm not one for too much fuss or excitement. I've got an independent streak a mile wide. I don't need constant attention, but I do appreciate a kind word and a gentle touch. I'm a senior, you see, with a lifetime of wisdom under my collar. I'm just looking for a peaceful home where I can spend my golden years." And there are pet adoption events coming up. All month in June is Bring Love Home adoption events. There's Picnic with a Pup at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley this Saturday from 11 to 2. And there is off-site adoptions at Petco on Sunday from 11 until 2. And those are our pets of the week.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Moving on, we do have our employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we have our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez, to help introduce these individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first employee we want to recognize is Deputy Freddie Garcia. Deputy Garcia, come on up. And Sheriff, would you like to join us? Deputy Freddie Garcia joined Doña Ana County in May of 2014 as a cadet. After completing his probationary period, he joined the Patrol Division, where he serves as a field training officer. At work, Freddie enforces traffic laws and patrols communities throughout the county. He is very proud of achievements accomplished by new deputies that he trained in the field. He is also proud of successfully passing the promotional assessment for detective recently. Congratulations. He is trained in advanced law enforcement rapid response training for active shooter events, the science-based interview and interrogation training, and he attended the FBI LEDA Supervisor Leadership Institute. During his time off, he flips houses. You're strong. What he enjoys most, though, is spending as much time as possible traveling with his wife, daughter, and 2 dogs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating Deputy Garcia on his 10-year work anniversary and thank him for a decade of service to the residents of Doña Ana County. Thank you very much. Come right on over here and get pictures. The next ones do. And if we can have Detective Gustavo Gonzalez come on up. Detective Gustavo Gonzalez joined the Doña Ana County in May of 2014, and in 2021 he was promoted to detective and is now assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division. In this role, Detective Gonzalez investigates felony cases and responds to highly critical incidents as part of the Special Response Team. Among his peers, he is known for his reliability both with CID, where he has worked for 3 years, and for the SRT, where he has participated for more than 7.5 years. When off work, Detective Gonzalez likes to completely unplug. Good for mental health. Please join us in congratulating Detective Gonzalez on his 10th work anniversary and thank him for his dedicated service to the residents of Doña Ana County. And Detective Gonzalez does not want a photo. That's okay. And we'd also like to recognize some retirements. So if Cynthia Armendariz can come on up. Is your supervisor here? I don't see him. Okay. Cynthia joined Doña County in March of 1999 as a detention officer trainee. Throughout her career, she has worked in various areas, including healthcare and the juvenile and adult facilities. In 2001, she was promoted to senior detention officer and has worked in a variety of areas within the detention center, including receiving, searching, and photographing incoming detainees, processing detainees for release, and maintaining the highest level of standards and compliance with state and national guidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating Officer Armendariz on her retirement after 25 years of service to the residents of Doña County and wishing her the best. Pocket. Come on over here for.
Sorry, I was scooting when she said scoot. I listened to instructions at least. It's more than I can say to my 8-year-old.
Go ahead and stay there for a couple more pictures. Yeah. Go ahead. Join on up front.
Congratulations.
She's so awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to keep her busy over there on the side. So if Pio Sanchez can join me up top. So Pio Sanchez joined Doña County in May of 1994 as a property and inventory tech. Throughout his career, Pio took on temporary assignments as a voting machine technician, helping the clerk's office as needed. In 2014, he was promoted to his current role, warehouse and inventory coordinator, and he is responsible for all shipments and deliveries within the government center, including the DA's office. A certified forklift operator, he orders and maintains inventory for more than 250 janitorial supplies and safety equipment items for facilities and parks and vector control staff. His supervisor, purchasing manager Michael Perez, said Pio is the definition of a modern-day Renaissance man, as he is a family man first and foremost, an avid hunter, an amazing athlete, and a loyal friend. One is equally likely to find Pio working in a yard, camping, hitting a home run, or lending a hand on a new project. He is humble despite his vast knowledge, from how to field dress elk to helping his granddaughter dress up for picture day. Mr. Perez said Pio is the first one to arrive and the last one to leave the office. He exemplifies what it means to be an excellent county employee. More importantly, he is genuinely an excellent person who brightens everyone's day, whether it's at 7 a.m. or 5 p.m., with a gentle smile that never leaves his face and a helpful attitude. He said, "I am honored to call him a friend." Pio plans to hunt lots in the coming months, along with scouting and fishing. Most assuredly, he will take care of his 4-year-old granddaughter and play softball on Saturdays. Please join us in congratulating Pio and thanking him for 30 years of dedicated and friendly service to the county and its residents. As he begins the next phase of his life, we wish him well with all the best life has to offer.
In honor for your service, Pio Sanchez retired with distinction after 30 years of loyal service on the 30th of June, 2024.
Wonderful. Congratulations, everyone. Okay, next up, we do have one proclamation. Under proclamations is item number 15, which is to recognize the Mesilla Fire Department. And we have our interim county manager, Stephen Lopez, for this.
Do we have members of the Mesilla Fire Department with us this morning? I am not seeing anyone. I know that OEM reached out to them, but I think we should go ahead and move this one more meeting if that's okay with the board.
That works.
All right. Mr. Chair, if you will tolerate us, Pio's family is here and they would like to also jump in a photo with the board real quick.
Yeah, no, please do.
Bring 'em.
Come on up. Okay. Mafioso line.
Pio, come on over this way. You're okay, you're in front of it. She doesn't want to look at the camera. Aww. What if I give you a candy? Will you look at the camera? You want some candy? Beautiful. Look at that smile. Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, and we will be moving the recognition to the following meeting.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to officially make a motion to move it, or?
So moved.
There's not a vote on it, so I don't know if we have to.
That's why I didn't know. That's why I was curious. I didn't know.
I think we.
Mr. Gooden?
Gooden?
If it's just a proclamation that we haven't, well, I guess we do have to vote on a
It's
proclamation.
not a proclamation, it's a recognition.
Oh, recognition. Never mind, then I guess, yeah.
Or did we sign a proclamation? Oh, it is a proclamation? Yeah, then we need a vote.
Okay.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro to move the proclamation to the following meeting. And we have a second by
I'll second.
Commissioner Sanchez. Any discussion? Seeing none. Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on moving that proclamation to the following meeting.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. We will be seeing the Mesilla Fire Department at the next meeting. Okay, next up is going to be public input. If we have any members of the public that would like to address the commission, if you will please come in and sign an imaginary book, an actual book. Oh, we do have the book. If you can come in, and will you do the 3 minutes on that, please? I saw that we didn't do that last week. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Thanks for the 3 minutes. My name's Jim Hurst. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I take your proclamation seriously. Whether the proclamation is about motorcycle safety or the rights of LGBTQ plus community, I listen to what you say. I'm perplexed because the National Day of Prayer proclamation instructed me to celebrate all religious beliefs of all the people of Doña Ana County. Try as I may, I cannot comply with this request. I cannot comply because it violates my conscience and my constitutional rights. The New Mexico Constitution states that the government of New Mexico and this commission have no jurisdiction over my religious beliefs. None whatsoever. Another reason is that my neighbor flies the Appeal to Heaven flag. It's the flag of Christian dominionism. It was one of the flags carried by those who violated the Capitol on January 6th. Christian dominionism asserts that Christians should have dominion over our society, especially our government. They think that only Christians are qualified to govern because only they know God's will and plan for our society. They think America was founded as a Christian nation by and for Christians like them, and that non-Christians are not equal stakeholders in America. I affirm my neighbor's freedom of religion and his right to express his religious opinion, but I cannot and will not celebrate Christian dominionism. My understanding of my obligations as a citizen of this great nation compel me to oppose such beliefs. The notion that I or any rational person should celebrate religious beliefs that we find to be false is absurd and ultimately harmful to humanity. For the sake of religious freedom, for the sake of your legacy, for the sake of the record of history, please retract this year's National Day of Prayer proclamation. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. I guess 2 topics here. He mentioned the Appeal to Heaven flag. That is a flag that actually was commissioned by George Washington. It was one of the first flags flown over the United States of America during the War for Independence. To state it as Christian dominionism, then you have to go back to Washington and argue with him on the founding of the nation. As far as the founding of the nation being a Christian nation, you go through the founding fathers. A lot of them had nearly seminary degrees from the various universities. There were lots of pastors. There's the Black Robe Regiment. Throughout the founding of the United States, Christianity has played a key role in our creation. And without the blessings of God, we would not be here as a nation. There's many stories of Washington going into battle, his coat riddled with bullets afterwards, but he himself untouchable. During the Indian Wars, I believe there was a chief that the tribe tried to take him out, and nothing worked, and he gave glory to God for the protection for Washington. So there's some interesting stories regarding to that. As far as religious freedom, proclaiming that all faiths should get along, including the atheist faith, because it does have its points of faith, that it says that there is no God, when that is not exactly a provable, rational position to take, is interesting. Also, there will always be conflict between the faiths, and your proclamation saying that all faiths should, get along, attend to your own faith is fine. Christianity particularly is objectionable to many, and Christ himself said so. So that is not unexpected for us. I guess in the last minute, to change completely to a different topic, if you folks would revisit the sanctuary county policies, we have many cases of OTMs crossing the border. We have an unsettled world at this time. There are many criminals that come across, both from the Middle East as well as South America and other countries. And so if you would revisit that, that would also work toward my neighbor's complaints, where he was calling many people animals on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because there are people that seem to have no conscience, no fear of God, and their actions reflect that. And I thank you for your time today.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to staff input.
No staff input this morning, sir.
Perfect. No staff input. We'll move on to county elected officials input. Any county elected official want to come up and address the commission today? Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Commission Chair Sheldo Hernandez. I just wanted to advise you all that we are working on, we're looking forward to the statewide certification that is coming from the Secretary of State's office. That will be next Tuesday. That is all from my office. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other elected official input? Seeing none, we will move on to commission input. Would any commissioners like to address? Vice Chair Murillo, would you have anything?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
it's been a slow news week. So,
Sounds good. Okay, no other commission input. We'll move on to presentations. We do have the recognition of our workday work stream leads, and we have our ACM, Deborah Weir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity today to update you a little bit on the Workday program that we've just implemented. As you're probably aware, we went live on June 16th, and it has been a major undertaking. We have had a number of team members working on this project, dedicating tremendous amounts of time and effort. They have reviewed all of our processes, looked for opportunities to streamline. It has meant that they have sacrificed a lot of personal time, early mornings, late evenings, weekends, and holidays, time away from their family. This is a program and project that is going to impact the county in great ways for decades to come. And so we wanted to take the opportunity today to recognize them and thank them for all of their outstanding efforts and their commitment to this project, because it has truly been a major dedication on their part, and the teamwork between the departments that were working on this project was amazing to see. They have been supportive of each other, and we have had other departments pitching in to help us test sections of it. And so we wanted to thank them and recognize them today.
Wonderful.
And so if you don't mind, I'm going to go in alphabetical order. And appropriately, I would like to start with Jeff Abruzzi, if he is here. He was here. I think he escaped. Just to give a special shout out to Jeff Abruzzi. Not only was he a work stream lead, but he has been the project manager. And Jeff has been on this project from the very beginning, from the time we made a decision for which software system to select. And so he has been a leader for all of the work stream leads, giving guidance and technical expertise. And his commitment has been outstanding. So I'm sorry Jeff escaped and we don't get to publicly recognize him, but I wanted to give that shout out to Jeff in particular. So Stephen has been on the work stream from the beginning and as part of the selection committee as well. And he and Tess are responsible for helping make sure you get paid appropriately in this new system. So thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it. And please stay up here. Is Monica here? Okay, thank you, Liz. We've got lots of people still working. Matt, come on, and I believe Matt is being bashful today as well. Maria's in, Maria Hernandez, Christina Holman is down. Sorry. Anai, if she is not in orientation, she's already in orientation today. Eric Jones. Okay. Alberta Lewis, please. Okay. Tess Lopez. Yay! Thank you, Tess. Tess is the other person, along with Stephen, who has been making sure that your first paycheck, which processed last week, came through on time and correctly. So, thank you. You've been a trooper, Tess. And Lucio Luttrell. Lucio is the man responsible for making sure all your department budgets are in place and ready to roll for this coming fiscal year. So thank you, Lucio. Thanks. Is Michael Perez here? Rima Perez. Raquel. I think we went so fast on the meeting that people didn't make it down. Connie Reed. Marcela Reyes. Marisol Richardson. Thank you and congratulations. And Yvette Rodriguez. And Yvette volunteered to take on the role of our Change Championship Coordinator, so she has kept spirits up throughout this process. Thank you. Daniel Silva. Ashley Suniga. Miranda Wood. She didn't escape, but she's hiding in the back. So thank you, Miranda. And the other group, besides the work stream leads that I wanted to recognize, are the steering committee members. So this project needed a lot of direction and guidance, and we had a number of department heads that stepped up to be part of the steering committee. I believe Ozma is out today, so I will start with Kent English, please. You didn't follow your department's lead. Thank you. Meg is out today. And do I have Eric Rodriguez here? Okay. Last but not least, I wanted to do a special thank you to our departments who were part of the project, who were willing to test our systems and give input on what would work best so that we developed a system that would work for all of you. Is Eric Alvidres here? Come on up, Eric. Don't be shy. Thanks. Lisa Collins. Norberto from HHS. All right, there you are, Norberto. Robert Herrera. I believe he's out today. Do we have Bobby Sanchez from Facilities and Parks? Liz Warpala. Come on up. And last but not least, at the end of the alphabet is Pam Wood. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate your contributions. Thanks.
Okay, moving on, we do have approval of the minutes for the June 11th meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of the minutes, and I will second the approval of the minutes. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Minutes are approved. Okay, moving on, we do have the first approval, which will be item number 18, which is a resolution to adopt public safety background standards. And we do have our interim county manager, Stephen Lopez, to present.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of agenda item number 18.
Okay, we do have an approval.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Okay, Mr. Lopez, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the first part of a process to really look at how we can put the control of hiring in our public safety agencies into each agency's hands to the greatest extent possible, while giving clear direction from the board as to what expectations are. This is subject to whatever the board might like to change on it. This is based on input that we have received from our public safety agencies. The second phase of this, if approved, would be to take these guidelines and then build hiring manuals to guide each department. They would be department-specific, and to train up the people appropriate in each department so that they can conduct more of the hiring process. And they would still have the ability to reach out for guidance to HR, but for the most part, control would be provided to our public safety agencies for just about everything, we think, leading up to the final onboarding paperwork.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, Interim Lopez, so when you're talking about public safety, just so the public knows, to whom are you referring?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, that is a fantastic question. I should have clarified that. My apologies. That is for the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, and the Detention Center.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Lopez, if, when would this go into effect if agreed upon today and voted into place?
It would go into effect with the next hiring processes that each of these departments would be engaged in. It's still going to take us a little bit of time to put together each agency's specific hiring manual, but this would give them the ability. The most important part of this that would take effect immediately is if they have somebody who fails a particular part of the process or is flagged with having a concern, they now would have the ability to immediately appeal that to a panel consisting of the assistant county managers and a subject matter expert, which is something they do not have right now. But this would establish kind of some consistency that they have each asked for moving forward. And then we've already started discussions with the Sheriff's Department and with the Fire Department on who should be involved from their sides in developing these hiring manuals.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on this, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries.
That has a resolution number. The number is 2024-82.
Wonderful, thank you. Now we will be looking at item number 3, which is the Facilities and Parks Department in collaboration with the Doña County Sheriff's Office and requesting approval to allocate $200,000 from county reserves to conduct a feasibility study and preliminary design for a regional emergency vehicle operations course training facility. And I know that the only correction was that we wanted to put up to $200,000 from county reserves. So at this point in time, I would entertain that motion.
Mr. Chair, if I may. And if, just give me a couple of minutes to go back there. So, Mr. Chair, it reads that we should award $200,000, and I'd like to change the wording to seek up to $200,000 because, it would give us a little bit of leeway if it's less than $200,000, if it's
So it's just,
$150,000, but I'd just like to add the words up to $200,000.
okay, and it's just to allocate up to $200,000 from
Correct.
county reserves. Okay, so would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
So the motion was to add up to 200,000.
Correct.
Okay.
I move to add the words up to $200,000 to the original.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we can do this one of two ways. We don't have a motion on the table yet. So the motion could be made to approve up to, because there's no resolution with this, it's just an action item. You could have a motion to approve up to $200,000, or we could make the motion as it's written and then amend that motion. I think the easier way would be just to make the motion to allocate up to $200,000, and then that would be the motion that we would be voting on.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to allocate up to $200,000 to conduct a feasibility study and preliminary design for the Sheriff's Office.
Perfect. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Brandy, roll call vote us, please, on this.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries, and we will be allocating up to 200,000.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
order.
Reynolds.
I think that after we have the discussion here, we should probably offer it up to the public to make comments with some of these as well before we vote.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is a resolution amending the composition of the governing body of the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you. If I may,
Do we have a motion on the floor?
I have a motion to amend the resolution as originally, I'm trying to get, to substitute, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to substitute the resolution to read as follows: a resolution appointing members to the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act, New Mexico State Statutes annotated 1978, 5-11-1 to 5-11-276, and County Resolution 2024-66, whereas the Board of County Commissioners adopted the resolution number 2024-66, which provides for the appointment of two people to serve on the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does appoint blank and blank to serve on the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Vice Chair Murillo. And we do have Ms. Amesworth to talk us through this if needed. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, when I read this and I recalled my motion that was made back earlier 2 commission meetings ago, my motion was not to name the 2 people. It was to have the county commission appoint the 2 people. And so in error, it was added, or the two names were added in error.
Okay.
And so I think the commission needs to vote on whomever they need to appoint, but it was not to be a automatic appointment.
Okay, and is that what was recorded, Ms. Amesworth?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I can answer that question. I'm looking at the resolution as recorded. In Section 6 of that resolution, district governance says, the district board, and this is based upon the motion that Commissioner Chaparro made, we made that change based on her motion at that time. The district board shall initially be composed of 5 members, with initial members Terry McLaughlin, Devon McLaughlin, and Loli Young, and 2 additional members to be selected by the Board of County Commissioners. Then 6 years following formation of the district, the county commission may serve as the governing body of the district, or the district shall hold an election in accordance with the act. So what was actually voted on and recorded reflects the motion that Commissioner Chaparro made at that meeting to name those 3 individuals, and then that we would have 2 additional members to be selected by the board. I believe that's what we're here for today, is to appoint those 2 additional members that are being selected by the board as per that resolution.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Gooden, are you saying that we don't need to approve the resolution first before we appoint the members? Or are you saying as part of this resolution, we appoint the members? Because I'm thinking if this is not how it was stated and already approved, then we may need to approve this resolution and then discuss appointing members. Are those 2 separate items, or we do them together?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think as I'm looking at what was provided as the revised resolution that was being proposed, and Commissioner Chaparro, this is the correct one that you're talking about? Okay. And so what it does is it really just has a whereas, which is an introductory paragraph that says by resolution 2024-66, provided that for the appointment of 2 people to serve on the improvement district, which is what the original resolution calls for, 2 people provided by the board. And then that the second paragraph, the actual action is the appointment of 2 individuals whose names are unknown at this point. So we have a motion to approve a resolution that has no names in it at this point. So I think we need to probably talk about who those individuals would be, fill them in, and then that resolution be adopted if that's where we want to go. But we don't need to really amend any resolution. All we need to do is basically make the appointment, which this latest version of the resolution being proposed today would do.
Okay, Mr. Chair, then I think we should make a motion to approve this resolution and then discuss the names and add them.
Okay.
Because I think
So we do have a
we
motion.
need to have a motion to take action on the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the resolution as stated by Commissioner
So
Chaparro.
we're good to go there. Now we can pick the names and amend it.
After we vote on the resolution.
No, we can actually take the resolution as it is now. I believe, Mr. Gooden, if I understand correctly, we've already got a motion to approve the resolution. Now all we have to do is we can choose the 2 members as an amendment to the resolution, and then we can approve the amended resolution and the resolution both. I think that's the process.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Do we want to have a discussion about who to appoint to these 2 positions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, since I had made the motion to add the 2 members selected by the commission, I'd like to be considered for that. And I'd also add that Mr. J.C. Crosby be appointed because this is going to be in that district. And so I think it would behoove us to have someone that understands PIDs in general. He's worked with Sunland Park with the PIDs for the last 3 years, I believe. And in discussions with the interim county manager, I had mentioned to him that I will be working with staff to craft an ordinance on the PIDs so that this first PID will be the standard for future PIDs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Chaparro. So I would like to make an alternate suggestion, since it's in District 2, which is Vice Chair Murillo's district. I would think that if a sitting county commissioner is going to serve on the PID district board, it should be the person representing that district. And I think it's fine to have a member of the CRUA board on the PID district as well. So my question would be is are we able to not put names and put positions rather? So the commissioner from District 2, the executive director from CRUA as those 2 individuals?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you could identify them that way in this resolution that would be appointing the CRUA director and the commissioner from District 2, if that's how you want to do it, rather than naming the names. then it would be if in the event that position gets filled by a different person, you know, Karua picks a new director, we will have a new commissioner in January. So it can be done that way, and then whenever the incumbent changes, then that appointment would change along with it.
Okay.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, in the event that neither party wants to be part of the board, we have to come up with an alternate plan.
Okay. Vice Chair Murillo, do you have any interest in sitting on that board for the next 6 months?
That'll be fine.
Okay. So she does. Sorry, I apologize. I interrupted you. What was that last part?
No worries. Sorry.
Okay, so Vice Chair Murillo does have interest in serving on that board until January. Any other commissioners have a suggestion, as we have 2 on the floor at the moment?
Mr. Chairman, I would prefer that we not have the CRUA executive director on the board. I believe, at least looking at it right now, I think CRUA has their hands full on trying to get into compliance with NMED requirements. I would even suggest that we look at, if we're wanting somebody that's on the CRUA board, why not look at one of the appointments that we've made by the county to be on the CRUA board? So that way, we as the county, when we're looking at the PID, have somebody that has a vested interest in the county on that board, but then has some tie to the CRUA board.
That actually makes quite a bit of sense, especially since if Alta Mesa then wanted to change one of their positions to a CRUA board member, that would make sense as well. Okay, so we have another option on the table. Any other comments?
Just, Mr. Chair, I think we need a motion from somebody to amend.
Well, I think we just need to figure out, at least figure out what the motion to be to amend it would be.
So if it's a member of the county, if it's a staff member from the county, how would we then identify that individual?
We can identify them as the appointment. I don't know, my thought would be we would do it as the appointment to the CRUA board as a representative of Doña County. If you want to keep it general like that, because if for any reason that changes, because we just approved
Two appointments.
the 2 appointments. So, I mean, I don't know if we want to specifically name the person or just allow one of the 2 that we appointed.
So you're just saying that we don't have to fill both of them at this time?
Well, no, I don't know. We've already selected our appointments to the CRUA board. So I'm just saying that I think in trying to keep with the interest of not specifically naming a person, but a position, I don't know how, I was just trying to keep with that. But if we wanted to put a specific person on, I'm open to it. I just wasn't sure exactly. I was just trying to figure out how to keep in the spirit of not having to approve, I think, is kind of the, as people change, appointments change, the commissioner may change. I think, I understand just trying to allow that so it automatically changes without us having to always keep up with it. But I don't know what other suggestions, I was just throwing that out as a suggestion. I don't know that that's the best suggestion, but just trying to work through with everybody here.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the question?
Okay.
The question is these 2 members of the PID board. Okay, I'm trying to understand some of their responsibility on this board. It's to help to provide information back to the county, to tell the county what part they play in the PID. Are they just supposed to set the bylaws and work with the PID independently of the county? I think we need to try to understand what the relationship is between these individuals that we're appointing to this board and what we're trying to accomplish with these individuals. Since we have Terry and everyone else, every other member of the board is part of the development team, what do we want our members to accomplish, the ones that we put on the board? Do we want them to work for, help CRUA to provide the infrastructure? Do we want the
Well, I
county to
think
be
the
employed
PID
for?
board makeup is in the the PID resolution that we approved. So the
Correct.
job duties are in that already as to what they're doing.
Exactly, but
But it's not there to work on CRUA issues or anything like that. It's to serve on the PID board as long as the PID is alive.
correct. But I'd like to have a better understanding of it, since we have two positions on the board, what are we expecting those positions to accomplish in regards to the county? That's what I'm saying.
Mr.
Are
Chair.
we looking out for the county's best interest? We're looking out for the PID's best interest? And do we report back to the county, or do we just work on the board? I don't think that's clear how much responsibility there is to both the PID and to the county.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
As I understand it.
okay.
If I may,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair, I just spoke to Ms. Ainsworth, and I believe the PID board falls under state statute in requirements of what is needed, and I don't have those at hand. So if either Ms. Ainsworth or Mr. Gooden can help with that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, the PID board is basically, their duties are to manage the projects that will be funded by the PID revenues that will be collected. And so they will be directing the public projects that, they've been identified generally in the PID plan, but the detail and the prioritization will come from that PID board.
Can you give us examples of what those projects would be like?
There's going to be parks, drainage structures, trails, roads, potentially other amenities. Those parks could have structures such as community centers, gazebos, things like that. So all of that detail and like the prioritization, as I stated, the PID board would be directing that and making decisions on those projects.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Devin McLaughlin. I'm one of the representatives from the developer that will be on the PID board. I just wanted to call out one more specific responsibility is we'll be creating a reimbursement binder that we will submit to the county in order to get reimbursed for any of these projects that Christina had mentioned. So we'll be tracking all of our spend with receipts and exactly what's going where. And so that's one of the responsibilities of the PID board. And I want to add that we're certainly happy to share and be as transparent with you guys as you would like, regardless of if for example, Commissioner Reynolds, if you're on the board or not, we're certainly happy to continue a dialogue and be open and share information with you to the extent that you would like. And the final comment I want to add in relation to CRUA is that J.C. Crosby did specifically request to be on the PID board. So I think in terms of workload and managing everything on his plate, I don't think that he would be concerned with that. So he did specifically request that, and so that's why it's been suggested from our end. So thank you all.
Thank you. And then just to kind of answer your question, Commissioner Reynolds, I think whoever we do appoint, they do need to represent the county over anything else in the county's interest, since this is our first PID. So I think bringing back information to the board on a regular basis, informing us, letting us know what's going on, having those conversations with Mo and engineering, county manager, everyone else is going to be that responsibility to bring information back to let us know what's going on so we better understand the process as we get more comfortable with what's going on. So I think that definitely needs to be on the forefront is that they're the county's representation on the PID board to help the county move forward would be my suggestion. So we do have several options. We do need to formulate a motion. Commissioner Chapato has spoken of interest. She also put forth JC's name from CRUA. I put forth Commissioner from District 2, the title, not an individual. Commissioner Sanchez has put forth a representative from the county or an employee of the county. So right now we do have 4 possible individuals from the county. We could also put forth a member of the public from that area as well, whether it's from Santa Teresa or probably Santa Teresa, and give them a little bit more of a interest in what's going on in that community. But I think that's where we're at right now. So I just put out another one, so we're at 5 possible individuals. Personally, I would probably say the commissioner from District 2 and then an employee of the county would be my choice. But if anyone would like, I make a motion that the 2 individuals that we put forth for the PID board from the county would be commissioner from District 2 and a county employee designated by Community Development Director? Sorry, Christina.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion for the District 2 Commissioner and a designee by the Community Development Director.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I would like to make, if we could make a friendly amendment to that. I like the idea of the District 2 Commissioner, but I think maybe allowing the county manager to make that appointment in conjunction with community development. Because I just saw Christina's face go, oh no.
Okay, well, we do have a motion on the table currently, so we do need a second to discuss the motion.
I seconded your motion.
Oh, you seconded my motion. Perfect, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess along the lines, before we get an amendment, I'd love to, before we throw it on you, Christina, if the chairman is amenable to it, I'd love to get your input. And if it's like, hey, this doesn't, this may not be the right choice, so be it. I just want to, love to get your input.
Yep. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, and thank you also, Commissioner Chaparro, for your suggestion. I do believe the county manager having the authority to appoint would probably be preferred in this case because it opens up to other departments. Whereas I may not have the authority to designate someone in another department. I could ask for a volunteer, but not necessarily ask them to do it. That would open it up to the expertise of other departments as well.
Okay, I'm good with that amendment. That doesn't bother me. Okay, so
And
we,
Mr. Chair, one more thing. I also like the idea that you suggested having somebody from that area, from Sunland Park, because they're the ones that are going to be impacted.
well,
And
from
the Santa Teresa Sunland Park area.
I think it's Santa Teresa.
Yeah, Santa Teresa is a county, it's our area. We should give it to them.
Yeah,
if we're gonna do
and
that.
to be inclusive, I think is such a good idea, to bring somebody, and we can accept applications of sort, and then this commission can decide, but that's where this project is going, and the impact will be greater to them than any other district. So to have the District 2 commissioner and then someone from that area that could provide feedback, I think would be optimal for this.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a comment regarding that. I did have a conversation yesterday with our bond counsel, and unfortunately, he was not able to participate. He had a conflict this morning. But he did state that the standard basically is to have, you can have an elected official or someone from an employee of that jurisdiction or someone with some technical expertise, but it's not typical to do an open call for interest from the public because of the technical nature of the board and the expertise that they need to have. It would not be preferable to just pick someone from the community unless you knew specifically that they had a background that had expertise that would be needed on that board.
Okay, so then I think the amendment then to let the county manager appoint would probably be the better out of the options currently. If anyone would, any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I think that that's probably the best way for us to get out of this right now, is to have the county manager find someone to fill that position. I will mention that based on the criteria that has been mentioned by the representative from the developer and Ms. Ainsworth, I've been doing construction myself since I was 12 years old, and projects similar to this, not to this scale, but that's just FYI. I don't know if that matters or not, but if we're looking for that kind of expertise, I could help with that by prioritizing and understanding all the construction stuff. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, so at this time, then I would like to amend my original motion to appoint the commissioner from District 2 and a county employee appointed by the county manager to serve on the Alta Mesa Public Improvement Board.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to that amendment. Any further discussion, commissioners? And thank you for letting us know about the bond council and the recommendations. I do appreciate that. Okay, Brandy, if you can roll call us on the amended motion.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion is approved, and we have our two designees from the PID board.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a motion to amend the
That was the
original
amendment. Now we're
motion.
back to the original motion.
Now we need to go back to the original motion as amended.
I know.
Okay, so now we have the original motion that we have to approve. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Brandy? Pardon?
Any public comment?
Any public comment? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Now we have our PID board makeup.
Thank you.
Brandy, those minutes next week are going to be fun for you.
You'll get them in 2 weeks, not Friday. And that does have a resolution. Give me 1 second. That will be 2024-83.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, now we have item number 8 from the consent agenda, which is the resolution adopting the 2026 to 2030 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP. And I see that we have our county engineer, Mo, and also our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez.
So we are pulling up the Excel spreadsheet right now. We need rankings from 2 more commissioners, and then we can do a sort on this. So I'm going to turn it over to Mo. He will guide us through getting those rankings, and then we'll sort them, and you all can discuss the final rank that you want to go with. We have had also a request just come in from Flood Commission to make some corrections. So once we've got the rankings, we'll ask you all how you want to handle these items.
Perfect.
So I guess, so Commissioner Murillo, or Vice Chair Murillo, we did not get rankings. Do you want to provide rankings for us?
Is that the only commissioner that did not provide?
And, Commissioner Chapato indicated that she.
And I have a question, please, before we do that. I have a message from Representative Nathan Small regarding $400,000 that were allocated to a road. I was not able to speak to him due to missing each other. So can you jog my memory as to the $400,000 that were allocated to a certain road?
Somewhere in the East Mesa?
No, I think you're talking, Commissioner Chaparro, you're talking about the West Wind Road that we received $300,000. That was, we received it, we are gonna build that already. We are building it from end of the pavement to the federal lands bike and hike trail.
No, that's, I want to clarify. I think what it sounds like you were talking Desert Wind Way.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay,
I'm talking-
you said West Wind, or someone
Oh,
said
I'm
West
sorry,
Wind.
Desert, okay, Desert Windway, sorry about that.
All right, and so I wasn't sure because I wasn't able to speak to Representative Small, but he mentioned in his message that the allocation had been made, and he was wondering at what point the project is.
Well, original project, when we submitted it, that was before my time, it was a $14 million project to take Desert Windway to, all the way to city limits. And that one was not supported by anybody, so it was killed pretty much. So we applied again, and we're gonna just use that money to pay from the end of the pavement, design and build, from end of the pavement to the trail,
Thank you.
to the BLM trail. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how are we going to get rankings from the other two commissioners to complete?
Well, that's why we need the ranking from you all, so we can submit it as soon as we can. Because this is really probably the most important thing is the ranking from you all. So we can use that hopefully after your ranking is submitted to DFA, but more importantly is really I'm using the ranking to, with your approval, to educate our legislators so they know this ranking is real and is not based on a citizen complaint, but based on the fact-driven, data. And that's why we needed your support and your ranking, so there's no confusion later on, how did this project get in the listing?
Okay. So Commissioner Tabato, since you're here, would you like to go through your rankings first? Okay, Vice Chair Murillo, do you have your rankings completed that we can put on the?
Give me a few here. Just give me a few.
Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess and they can work on that and then we can be back. So the current time is 10:32 and we will be back at 10:47.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do that.
You took it.
There we go. Okay, gentlemen, we are ready when you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have, during the break, received Commissioner Chapato's rankings, and we did receive some updated information from the Flood Commission. They've asked that one project be removed off. That was the third item down, which is Spring Canyon Dam construction, so we've now highlighted that in red. And then we updated a couple of numbers on some of their projects that, of course, did not go down. They went up in what they were going to be asking for. But otherwise, we are ready for the vice chair's rankings, and then we can do a final sort, and you can discuss.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Murillo, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, if you just want to go line by line, I'll have I'll read out the line number and you just give us your ranking. Line number 1.
Number 1.
Line 1. What is your ranking on that one? Oh, 1. Number 1. Okay. Number 2?
Yeah. Number 2, line 2.
Okay, line 3.
Line 3.
That's being removed.
Oh, that's being removed. Okay, line 4.
Line 4 will be line 8. 8 will be moved to line 4.
All right, so number 8 on 4.
Wait, I think I think, was she saying, was the vice chair saying that item number 8 was ranked as number 4?
Yes.
Okay. Let me fix that.
No, item number 4 was ranked as number 8.
So you're leaving the 1, 2, 3 as it is, right?
Yes, the first line is just the item number, and that's what I'm going by.
All right.
So I'm just going down the list as it appears in front of you, and I'm just asking you to give us the ranking that were on the list. So like line number 5, which is item number 5, is the South Central Wastewater System Rehabilitation. What is your ranking on that number?
5.
Okay.
5. Mm-hmm.
Okay. 6.
6 will be number 34.
7.
Number 35,
8,
51,
9,
Let me just put, there we go. Okay.
and then the rest will be the same except number 4, right, is moved down to,
To 8.
yeah.
okay.
And then the rest, just as it is.
Do you have a number 1 project that you'd like to identify?
She did number
Well,
1.
Oh, she did number 1. Did you,
Drainage improvement, yes.
did you have a number 2 that you'd like to identify?
We're good all the way up through number
9.
9.
Yeah.
10, yeah.
Yes.
We can do this real quick here.
Okay.
I think if you highlight a few and then pull down, it should then bring it in series and make the fill.
I was just gonna go up to the 25,
Okay.
and then we can do the master sort.
Oh, that's right, because you're touring the top 25.
Right.
Yeah, perfect.
Well,
So,
See, if she only did, if they do it up to 25.
I score, which is J.
Then hers will be higher, that's all. Yeah. More impact if one's top 25. You're good, Steve.
Take it away. Tell us what's going on.
So,
Well, Steve did it, I mean, so you see the ranking from 1 to 25, as you will see it on the screen. So we need your approval to submit it before the deadline. Or any change.
So can I just make a suggestion that we print this out for the commissioners to take a look at
Sure.
really quick, unless we're going to go line by line over what we're at, or maybe the top 10?
Yeah,
Maybe
either-
we just
yeah.
go over the top 10 for us? So that way we know what we're at, because
and I should point out that, Mr. Chair, you had recommended some items come off of the list and instead just be funded directly from our budget. And so those items automatically are at the bottom of the list. So I don't know if any of the other commissioners want to take a look at those items that you recommended we just fund directly from the budget or not.
I'd like to, after we do the top 25, I'd like to see that.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, perfect. So it looks like our rankings now for the ICIP list is going to be 1, South Central Solid Waste, 2, Dalo Community Center improvements, 3, Brom. You went too far. Okay, 4 is the RTCC, 5 is the radio replacement for public safety, 6, remodel Fire Station 6, which is Rincon, 7 is the Jetport maintenance equipment storage facility, 8, La Union drainage improvements, 9, Tortugas lighting, road safety study and improvements, 10, Tortugas improvements, 11, Vado del Cerro Park improvements, 12, McNutt Pond Mountain Vista diversion structure, 13, Rincon Park, 14, Fair Acres Road, 15, Industrial Road Overpass Design Phase 2, 16 is the Salem Drainage Improvement Phase 1, 17, DARF SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. Okay. For fire, 18 is Butterfield Park ballpark improvements, 19 fairground improvements, 20 Shalem Colony Park, 21 DARF Doña Station 1, 22 remodel fire station in Chaparral. 23 is Road A74, which is designing, okay, it doesn't give a road name. Item number 24 is hazardous material emergency response facility restroom improvements at the Jetport. 25 is BB roaming bridge at Rio Grande and Hatch. So we have our top 25. And then if we can go all the way down to the ones that were suggested that we just do out of budget request at the very bottom.
To the bottom. Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of these items were IT, AV upgrades, IT storage upgrades, and a couple repair items, which I think we're going to look at doing out of budget since it doesn't necessarily affect constituents. It's more so things that we need as a county to continue county work. Are there any, so that was just a bunch of equipment sheds and IT stuff.
Do you want us to look at them one line by line? Start from the bottom, the jetport equipment shed.
I have a question about that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So are we going to take $1.2 million out of our reserve in order to do this? This seems like a
That
very
is the
large
chair's
project.
recommendation. That is for you all to now tell us.
Well, I think I would still personally, I say, fine, we can say, consider it, but I'd still like to try to get some money from state funds to try to do this, because even though it's on the bottom of the list, we can still lobby for it. So, I mean, I would say, yeah, maybe it'll come out of funds, but I'd like to try to get money from state first for that kind of budget item, personally.
No, that's perfectly fine. It's just how I ranked mine was I put a B for budget.
Yeah, I wouldn't say let's start moving on that project right away is my point. Let's see what happens at the funding from the state before we move on something like this. Now, the next one up, though, the 250,000, the 300,000, even maybe the 827, I'm much more comfortable with doing those projects and getting those out of the way than I am one that's $1.2 million. Just so we pull money from reserve, but not so much that it impacts our ability to do other things that we have to do. That's all I'm thinking. I'm just thinking this out. I'm not saying we have to do it that way, but that's the way I think.
No, and just the way that I annotated it was I think that it should have come out of a budget request from that particular department, not that we should be asking state funding. So that was my thought when I was ranking as to what should be coming out of county funds. And then, so then it's the facilities and parks, the judicial roof repairs to plan, design, and construct roofing improvements. That's been identified. And then the storage upgrades to purchase new storage solutions to expand computer storage, support county applications and safety needs in Doña County. I just didn't think that was something that we should be asking legislators for. I think that's something that we probably need to do since it's a need of a department. Firehouse Road was fully funded, so it should never have been on this list to begin with. AV upgrades, again, to purchase upgrades in existing audiovisual equipment to provide better support for public meetings in Doña County. No, it's to replace these two projectors that are towards the end of the life. And that IT is identified as the bulbs cost, what is it, $1,000 or something each? So chipping away at that. And then judicial complex AC units. I don't even think I had that on my list, but was marked off the list as well.
Does the red area indicate the ones we're planning to take out of reserve? Or is it the green?
No, I don't think it was
What level?
reserve. I think it was just items that should not be on the ICIP list.
Okay, that's the red? That shouldn't be on here, okay. And where's the ones where, how far up do we want to go to take it out of reserve? Are we looking at to 83, 84, 70? I mean, what number are we going to? I can't tell by the charts what I'm saying. I can see the red now explains that that's what shouldn't have been on the list. But now as we keep going up, how much farther up on the list are we planning to go to try to pull it out of reserve?
No, that's the only ones that I identified that shouldn't be on the list. Not that it needs to come out of reserves, but as their budget necessarily, their yearly budget.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think I don't disagree with the approach. I guess the only question I have is when you look at and I think maybe this is, we maybe have a work session and talk a little bit more about this. You look at the Jetport shed, and I think as Commissioner Reynolds had noted, when you're looking at 1.2 million, that's a bigger chunk out of, reserves or operations or our budget as we go through the year. And if we look at even the top 25, and I'm not saying I think we each have a couple of items that are under $500,000. I'm just wondering whether some of these ICIP projects, even that are in our top 25 that are under a certain amount, which I know our legislators love because they can put a little bit and then they can spread the love around a lot more. But I didn't know if, and maybe this is maybe a conversation for how we do it moving forward, but maybe there's a threshold that we look at with trying to incorporate, if it's under 250,000 or whatever, we try to find a way to fund it ourselves. And we try to identify those that we need, specifically the additional help from our legislators to help us fund larger projects. So I don't know. I just, like I said, as I'm looking through it, and I understand, I think obviously this has been one of the topics of discussion that's been brought up, is this is such a huge list. I know we're going to revamp the process. So maybe, like I said, maybe my notes are just for the future. Like I said, I do appreciate at least highlighting those that we want to try to start knocking out with our own funds. And it's just, I think as you go up, I think there's I know these are ranked lower, but if you look, there was one for $100,000 for number, 44. There was even one, right here, yeah, the Amparo Road Trail only needs 100,000. Like I said, those are the types of things as we're looking at, rather than, are those things that, we absolutely want to go to ICIP and ask for capital outlay, or, I think that's, like I said, that's where I think the strategy comes in, because there's a lot of little smaller projects that we can knock out. It's just a matter of where do they prioritize based off of our strategic plan and our budget, and then we can go the next few years out. So, but I don't disagree with anything. It's just, I think, like I said, maybe forward as a future, as we do our future ICIP, I'd like to figure out how we shorten the list and have a plan for us to.
Well, and I think along those lines too is, after last session, I think we heard from the governor loud and clear that the state's going to start clawing back a lot of this money if we don't start fully funding or getting the appropriations. So anything that has those kind of smaller amounts, I think we need to have a conversation as a board of whether or not, do we fund them these $100,000 to finish out, Casas Lindas Park and all these other things. Do we want to take that and get it done, or do we want to ask the legislators to, fully fund these smaller projects to get them off the list? I think that's 100%, because if we don't start funding the projects that already have money allocated to them, I think we're going to see that the state's going to start clawing back a lot of that money really quickly, which the governor's already told us that's what's happening. So I think we need to start figuring this out. But I do want to applaud you all for actually putting this in front of us and giving us the option to start talking with you all and starting the process very, very early, even though, we're literally at the last minute again somehow. But I do want to applaud you for doing that, because that's something that we haven't had. So I really do appreciate having these conversations. But I think, like Commissioner Sanchez said, I think that's exactly right, that we need to, and I think that's going to be the conversation on July 8th, is going to be that work session to kind of talk about what this is and where we're at, and understanding how we can kind of start working on this a little bit better.
So, Mr. Chair, if you'll give me a moment here, I have removed the recommendation on deleting the equipment shed at the Jetport per Commissioner Reynolds' suggestion. Let me do a resort here so that goes back up on the list.
And then just really quickly, something I asked was, that, and I asked that we either talk to Charlie or if we can get this done, but there's been a request from Senator Hamblin to give her a list of what she has already allocated and what her projects that are currently outstanding are, to identify those, so that when she goes into the next session, she can start fulfilling and making those projects complete. So that's probably something that we need to start giving to our legislators when we do meet with them one-on-one, is that list of here's what you have, 3 years ago you gave to this project, but we still are outstanding 300,000. Last year, thank you for, doing this and that and the other, but start identifying those, who's given, how much they've given, and actually that's something that Achieve It can do for us. And then actually the legislators can go into the Achieve It portal on the outside facing one and see exactly what they've given. So that is a really good use for Achieve It, so we can actually put that to use. Sorry, that's what it's there for.
Mr. Chair, actually, the number of item 52, you will see it, that was funded 827,000 already for the Firehouse Road.
Pardon?
Firehouse Road. He's just confirming that your recommendation on removing Firehouse Road because it's fully funded is correct.
Yeah, it's fully funded, so it shouldn't be on the list.
Senator Hamlin's.
Yeah, but it's fully funded, so it shouldn't even been on this list to begin with.
Right.
Yeah, no. But she's just saying anything that she's given that we haven't fully funded, we need a list of. So we should go down and do that for all 8 House reps. We should go down and do that for all 4 or 5 senators that we have, and just showing exactly where their money has been and what we need from them.
And because some people rated actually quite high, the Sheriff's Department Academy security improvements and the network refresh, which are up on the screen now. Chair, you had recommended we just fund those directly. We do have reserves that are adequate to do those. But if there is sentiment from the board, we can certainly put them on the ICIP list. I do think there's a good argument for us to fund them for speed if they are important for us, because the ICIP funds we would not receive until next October or November. So we're talking almost 18 months from now.
And with that being said too, Stephen, I think this is, like I said, this is just when I was ranking mine, these are things that I thought, but I think that these are things that we should be talking about in the July 8th work session, and having a better understanding and just trying to identify if there's funding available for these projects, whether it's from the state or feds or grants, or if it's something that maybe we have some kind of a tax revenue or a tax pool that we can start pulling things in to do some of these projects. Because from reading it when I was doing it, it does sound like these are kind of more critical things that we need to get done to make sure that we're still operating in a timely manner.
Mr. Chair, I think we do need a approved resolution from the board approving the ICIP list. If the board is comfortable with it, we will be removing off the Spring Canyon Dam per the request of the Flood Commission, and we will remove off the last 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4, last 5 items that are on the list. And then we can keep on for now while we have the discussion on the network refresh and the Sheriff's Department Training Center. We keep them on the list, and we can always update a removal on the system after we've.
So then let's just leave everything on the list.
If you would like to, we can do that.
Let's do that, and that way it all has an ICIP number,
Okay.
but Firehouse Road was funded, so it just needs to come off.
We will definitely pull Firehouse Road off.
And that way, if we have any follow-up conversations on the 8th that we recognize needs, we can definitely then decide to remove them from the state ICIP list. That would be my recommendation.
Mr. Chair, if there are no other questions, if the commission approves the resolution, this will become the attachment with the exception of Spring Canyon Dam and Firehouse Road coming off.
So don't we need another motion to approve the amended list based on our priorities?
We're getting some head shakes of a no from the crowd. Is there something going on that you would like to address the board on? Because now's the time.
So point of order, Mr. Gooden, do we, now that we've resorted this, do we need to approve, make a motion to accept the amended list?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, when I looked at what the resolution said, it referred to Exhibit A or Attachment A, and there was no attachment. So I think the discussion has been going on about what the attachment is. If everybody's in agreement with this order that has just been done, I think you can then attach that on. If there may be some disagreement, then you may want to have a formal vote as to this order of it. I guess I would ask, is there any opposition to the order that has been put in place at this point?
This is Vice Chair Murillo. I'm in disagreement with having the La Union flood improvement on number 8. I would like for it to go up. I mean, because it's very important. Everything that happened in 2021, and I think at this time it should be moved up a little bit.
So then I think what you would want to do then is you've got a document that's been prepared or an order. I think somebody makes a motion to approve that order, and then there can be, with a second, and then there could be a motion to amend the order to move something up. I think would be the best way, because there's not complete agreement from what I'm hearing.
Yes. So I make the motion to have it moved to item number 2.
Okay, I think first we need a motion to approve the order that has already been presented by Mr. Lopez. And then from that, you could have a motion to amend that order to move things around.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the attachment as currently provided and prepared by Mr. Lopez.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Vice Chair Murillo. Any other discussion?
Now, at this point, is if Commissioner Murillo is wanting to change that order, she could make the motion to amend the order, and then we would go through that process with a second discussion and then vote on the amended version based upon what she's wanting to move up the level.
Okay. Okay, and with that being said, any other discussion? No?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lopez, can you just move the screen down just a little bit because?
I am trying to do that without losing where number
Thanks.
8 is. There we go.
And then did we go through this list and confirm all the numbers? Because I know that Firehouse Road was one that I identified. Was there anything else that wasn't?
Flood Commission just went through it and confirmed their numbers.
Okay, and all other departments, parks and facilities and everyone else went through as well?
It was provided to Cindy Beakley under Mo's office, and we believe that what they had provided is correctly reflected on this list with the numbers.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I make a motion, resolution adopting to make an amendment on the infrastructure capital improvement plan from moving line item number 8 to line item number 2.
Okay, we have a motion to move the La Union project to item number 2 on the ICIP list.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
In the past, when we look at this list, and we've provided it for the last 5 or 6 years, the order, as we had discussed with Mr. Macias last year, where it's on the list really is not that important, especially for the top 20, 25 items. So I think for the sake of getting this thing funded, I think that moving it up is not a problem, but I think it's also unnecessary at the same time, since we can lobby, anybody can lobby for the items on the list at any level, as long as the list is prepared and provided with the accurate information on it. We can go to any legislature and ask them to provide funding for this. And I believe setting 8 at the list, I don't think that's going to impact the support for this item because it is high priority. So I just think it's unnecessary to move it, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other further discussion? Brandy, if you can roll call us on the amended motion.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. The amended motion passes. Any further discussion? Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on the motion.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Motion number is 2024-84.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd just like to ask Mr. Lopez, if there's anything that is identified that needs to be on the list corrected before final submittal, would that be something that we would look to bring forward at the July, our first meeting in July?
Okay. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, absolutely, we will have time to make those last-second corrections at the July 9th meeting. And now that we do have a good list, we will circulate it to everybody to make sure everything is worded correctly as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner?
do we have another appointment in 10 minutes?
We have an appointment at noon, correct? 11:45.
Okay.
So we'll continue on, and then at 11:45, we'll have to go into that closed session. Okay, so that takes care of the entire consent agenda. So we are moving back into the meeting where we have, scroll too far. We do have under approvals, item 19, which is to approve a resolution calling for publication of a county bilingual language requirement ordinance. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve a resolution calling for the publication of a county bilingual language requirement ordinance.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, if we do not have a second. So the motion fails. Is that correct, Mr. Nelson? Mr. Goodman?
Commissioner, Chairman, yes, there is a lack of a second, therefore there's nothing more to be considered on it.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, any commissioner input follow-up? Seeing none, Ashley, it looks like we should have kept it at 11:30. Okay, at this time, I guess we can do correspondence as well. Brandy, any correspondence?
Jonathan Varela Trevino versus Doña County.
Wonderful, thank you. At this point in time, that is our open session meeting for today, but we do have a closed session that we'll be going into. So I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to limited personnel matters, including the hiring of a county manager, and to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 5037, and American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1529, Detention Center, Local 2709, Blue Collar, and Local 1879, Court Security, as authorized by the Open Meeting Act, 1015-1 H2 and H5. Do we have a second? I need a second. No.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we do have a second. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Vice Chair Murillo, we will get you in the boardroom.
Thank you.
The time is 1:51 p.m. and we are back from closed session. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And the time is again 1:52 and we are adjourned for the afternoon.
I was here before you guys came out. I didn't even